Mic check. Dion, congrats on first. Welcome in, Masky.
Dion, this hill has arrived.
Hi, Hairless.
Hairless doll has
Hey,
arrived.
Haster, how's it going? Hairless. I didn't even start yet. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome on in. You guys have a good weekend? Get anything interesting done? Watch any cool movies? Read something interesting? Why are you booing me? Ooh, yeah, Masky, how was it? I want to hear all about it. Hold on. I need to allow that message from Haster, and then B, hello! Oh, God. Hallie, welcome in. How are you guys, B? I'd ask how your stream was, but I was there for basically the whole thing, and I think it went pretty well. I know you had some tech issues in the beginning, though, but we'll get those figured out. Hairless jeers means booing. Oh my god, Val. Well, like, isn't it like fucking like midnight for you guys? Don't I start at like midnight for you guys? I think it's 5 hours, but daylight savings, we do different daylight savings, and that always fucks me up. Oh no, she's Pregante, Masky. She's fucking pregnant.
Hallie has arrived.
If it would please, my lord, I would suggest that thou go fuck thyself.
God, PK's art is just the best, isn't it? There goes all the walk-ons and everything. You woke up at 5 p.m. today?
The bee
Jeez,
doctor
Val.
has arrived.
Oh, that's interesting, Masky. Welcome in, literally everyone.
Tricky Rick has arrived.
All at once. Simultaneously within 3 minutes of stream. Y'all are the best. I just started. I haven't even touched this work yet. I was actually gonna say, last time we did this note set that reminded myself what I wanted to tweak. So I wanted to tweak the eyes a little bit and finish them up. I wanted to give the bangs a shadow. I need to draw the booze that's pouring from the bottle into the jigger. I need to add his nipple. I want to smooth out the abs, and I need to give him a happy trail. It's an essential part of his design. Hold on, what did... That word shouldn't be on the blacklist. I'm sorry about that. That might be a Twitch one. The term is jigger, and it's the measuring thing that bartenders use. Anyway. It might be Twitch banned for being unfortunately close to a very bad word, but it is not a bad word. Hairless, that's okay. You didn't. I think Twitch is just a little overzealous with the censoring sometimes. I mean, it regularly gives me shit for calling myself a bisexual twink, and they're trying to censor the truth. Yeah, so we gotta smooth the abs a bit. The shading there isn't perfect. Happy trail, the booze, which we're gonna draw that in a weird way for animation's sake. It's not going to make a lot of sense at a glance, but it will work when it's animated. Um, there's just something about the eyes that's not 100% there. I don't think it's the line art. I think it's the shading around them. And then some shadows for the hair, because we only added that in last time. And maybe a few extra flyaways or something. Oh no. Dion, I'm definitely a twink. It's no doubt. It's no doubt that I'm a twink. B, I think you're more of an otter, but how tall are you again? Because I feel like you're not quite bear big. Like when I think of a bear, I think like tall, broad, big guy. Yeah. I feel like you're more of an otter. Also, I could like lean on your head. Friendly reminder for everyone that I'm tall because for some reason Hallie thought I was only 5 feet. Uh, hairless and otter is a term for a type of like look among gay men, and it's somebody who's like not a twink but not a bear, like somewhere in between. B's bisexual. I rock 5'2" energy. Why does everyone think I'm short? Do you need me to stand up? Oh my! I'm 5'10", guys. I'm almost 6 feet tall. I don't know why y'all think I'm short. I'm just really, really skinny. I'm built like this, you know. I'm so awkwardly lanky, and even when I did when I did exercise, I would just get like I would look just as skinny, but I got like denser. Is that your new like I don't know, new goal is to become stronger so you can throw me like a fucking javelin? Yeah, I can just go like this. And I'll just go fucking flying. Um, I'm a skinny bitch. I'm trying to gain weight. I've always been underweight. I'm still underweight, but I'm the least underweight I've ever been, and that's nice. What's good, Insane? How you doing? Hairless. I don't know if I want to think about that. Yeah. See, Val, people who see me in real life, I know obviously you can only see like you know like a little below my collarbones and up with how I'm sitting here. But people tell me I'm built like a Tim Burton character because I'm just very long and lean. I've also been compared to anime a lot, but usually it's Tim Burton. I am a straight up beanpole, like, like, cause like, thank you, babe. Cause I'm 5'10", but at my last weigh-in, I was 140 pounds, and you're supposed to be at least 150. But most of my life, I've averaged closer to 120, and I've worked really hard to put on those 20 pounds. Yeah, I probably haven't had a professional haircut in like at least 10 years now. I've been doing it myself for a while. I am not on the furry spectrum at all, personally. but I definitely delve into Monster Fucker a little bit. I'm on that side of the Venn diagram. Ugh, get out of here with the fucking driders. That shit is ugh, freaks me out. Masky, anything can be made into a Venn diagram on the internet. No, with the dry. Get out of here with the drider shit. I'm arachnophobic and they don't have genitals. Get out of here, Lim. That's part of their curse. Anyway. Okay, found where I'm supposed to be working. Masky, why did that make my brain jump to fucking Alan and Mr. Boss on Smiling Friends? With the cookie. Get out of here with that shit. Arachnophobic, that's crazy. Oh my god. There's some emotes out there that I am surprised got past Twitch. My friend Unicorns in Robot Form has one of very phallic corn that has butter dripping from it. And she also has tickets to Pound Town as emotes, like a ticket that says Pound Town on it. It's so funny. Yeah, the corn cob one is her country girls make do emo because she's southern, and that shit sends me. Hold on, I didn't enable my reference. There we go. There he be. Saving. Hairless, I'm allowed to wear a beanie when I want to. I've worn a hat once or twice since I got the new headphones. I do like beanies. I wear them often. Thanks, Masky. I just don't have to wear them now since these headphones don't push on my earrings as much, and that's really nice. No, I just like beanies too. I have a whole basket of them in my closet, and I knit some of them myself. Hey, 15's pretty solid. Thanks for the check-in and saying. Yep, Fallout Boy. If you're ever curious, I have a song command that makes it pop up, like, right over there. Because I do have some, like, really hipster shit on here. Let's be so for real. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw, but Muse's new album finally dropped. I haven't really had a good chance to sit with it because I was, like, super stuck on fucking Deltarune all weekend. But chapter 5 was crazy. No spoilers in chat for people who haven't seen it, but chapter 5 was fucking crazy. There's some implications, man. So I was caught up on that all weekend. But I really need to listen to Muse's new album. Ah, that sucks. But I've never heard of that game. What's the deal with it? What kind of game is it? Oh, cool. So it's like a management sim. I love a good fucking management sim. We play one on the channel here every now and then. It's a restaurant one called Bronzebeard's Tavern. That's free and a lot of fun, but it's a lot easier with a group because it's like genuinely fucking challenging. It's a really accurate restaurant sim too. Like it gets fucking slam packed, and everybody kind of falls into like different roles based on what's needed. Like we actually split off into like front of house and back of house and stuff. Yes, I love lore driven games. That's a primary thing I like to play here on the channel. Um, that might be the one that Dion was playing. Dion, if you're listening, is that the one that you were playing that like potion shop game? Is that the one? That was really cute. I liked the art style in it a lot. I'd love to do character art for a game like that. Oh yeah, I meant Potionomics because Valk said it was based on what is it, Recitaire? I might be butchering that. It'll make me hate little girls. Oh god. I always end up getting mad at writers when there are like poorly written, annoying children. Because I feel like a lot of writers, who don't like kids, make that very obvious in their writing. Like they don't write children like they're people; they write children like they're a burden. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, we've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and I really like the kid in that. I feel like he's very well written and actually behaves like a kid. Where I feel like a lot of writers don't quite do that. That looks a lot better, I think, compared to how I had the eyes before. She's stingy. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm good at those kinds of management games unless it's like heavily RNG based because RNG hates me. Anybody who's been here for a while can confirm that. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, because like it's insane how frequently I get just absolutely fucked by RNG. Like I take games that are already chaotic and turn them into straight bullshit. That's what my fucking cyberpunk punk playthrough was. It was fucking bananas. Like it was so stupid. It's a special ability that I never asked for. And it bleeds into D&D too. Though I do have a couple characters specifically that are lucky. My character Sit Stay, whenever I'm playing Sit Stay, regardless of who's dungeon mastering, because I've played him for a few different dungeon masters, I get mad nat 20s, and he's gained the nickname Crit Sit as a result. He's a dog, for anyone who doesn't know. Not a dog person, a dog. Alright, cool. Yeah, I do enjoy like management games. As long as they make sense, you know. There's a lot of management games out there that like I'm like have whoever made this, have you ever had a job? Cuz I don't know if you've ever had a job, you know. I just think that makes the pupils pop a little more to have a highlighter on the pupil like that. Hey, comfy bee. I'll have to check it out. It sounds like a good game for sure. Yeah, like sometimes with like some of the restaurant management games, I can just zone the fuck in. Like I was really good at Diner Dash. Yeah, I'm much more content with that shading for the irises. I still want to tweak the shading around the eyes a little bit, but I kind of have to be careful with that because I have the blink to consider as well. And I gotta be sure they both look alright. Alright, we gotta give him bottom eyelashes because he has them in his VTuber. I should pull that up too, actually. I don't have his VTuber up. I was a little hesitant too because my computer was being a little slow when I started. Like when I started it up to set up for stream. But it seems to be running okay now. If I need to, I'll close it again, but we'll try to run it. Bottom eyelashes, silly. As soon as Steam decides, there it goes. Okay. It's now loaded. It was having a moment while it was loading, but it should be okay now that it's open. And let's launch VTube Studio. There he is. Yeah, see if I zoom in on your eyes. You have 5 lower eyelashes on each side. Gonna do that. Do that. Hey, welcome back, Hallie. Like, what did this Tumblr mood board? Well, the thing is, Hallie, one of these is his actual VTuber. This is the VTuber that I'm using as reference. I have him open in VTube Studio, and the other one is the one I'm currently drawing. But you can see some, if I really blow this up, you can see some details you can't normally see on Dion. Like, he only really recently realized that he's got flyaway hairs. He has, like, individual strands of hair. So that's something y'all might not have noticed. Or the glitter in his eyeshadow. Or how sparkly his jewelry is. I can only zoom in this far, but you can see his mouth moving from my microphone going, but I don't have it set up to any tracking right now, so that's all it's gonna do. Dude, I put so much detail in this fucking thing. There's flyaways at the top, too. Yeah, Diane hit me up recently, and he was like, I didn't realize I had strands of hair. Like, yes, the soothing sounds of the most emo band on my playlist that just fucking played. Diane, that's how I draw hair. It's the same on what I'm drawing for you right now. I just did it in chunks instead of as one big style. You told me you wanted a professional tier VTuber, and I said fucking bet. And I watched some very good YouTube tutorials. Although because basically most human VTubers out there are anime, and anime doesn't have actual noses in their art, I had to like specifically seek out a tutorial on how to give you a real nose. Because I couldn't find any tutorials on how to rig a fucking nose. There was like 2 out there. Okay, that fixed the flaws around the eyes. Yeah, honestly, Hallie, most VTubers I've seen are either anime or furry, and I'm trying to be the person to offer a third option. Like, there are other art styles out there, but most of them fall into those two categories. And if you know somebody who's looking for a VTuber, but they're not that into anime and they're not a furry, like, I got them. Listen, Hallie, we already have B stars on Netflix. Same joke. Same joke. Not that there's anything, like, inherently wrong with anime style. That's a large umbrella that contains a lot of different art styles, and many of them are very beautiful. But it's nice to have options, right? Yeah, anime style, um, overall has a lot of flaws with how they depict different body types, different skin colors, different races, um, women. Period. um but there's there like I said, there's a lot of styles under that umbrella. Um and some of them handle that stuff better than others. So I feel like I need to have some kind of caveat there. Um but you know, it's not for everyone. Not everybody wants that kind of thing. Like, have you guys ever seen the tutorial on how to draw women that was made by Oda, the guy who does One Piece? Cuz brother, nobody needed that. It does Hallie, and it's Twunk. Twink hunk. That's a buff twink. Oh, just a fucking disaster, man. Don't get me started. But just on the topic of art, I feel like some of his is particularly disastrous. See, like, the thing about manga and comics is that it's often more about quantity than quality, but a mangaka should understand that well enough to, like, I feel like they should know better than to do like art tutorials when they're more like, at least acknowledge that it's about like a quick way to do it, not a good way to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know. Like, I think I would have respected it a lot more if he was like, "Oh, here's a tutorial on how I like churn out content quickly for my manga, but here are some anatomical references you might want to use to learn body types, and like sex dimorphism and stuff, and you know. But no, he can't draw. I'm not even gonna pretend it's anything else. He can't fucking draw. Dude, because they're always just itty bitty waist, big old titties, or like fat hideous monster. Those are the only types of women he's either able or willing to draw, and it says a lot about it. Like, okay, I see what you think about women and fat people, and like, mm, also, I need to go on a side tangent for a second here. But can people listen? Listen, I know that the live action Avatar The Last Airbender on Netflix is hot fucking trash. But can we leave the child actors the fuck alone? It's not their fault it's hot fucking trash. Blame that on writing and direction. They didn't write that shit. They're kids who showed up and get put in a costume and told what to do. Leave them alone. Ugh, Hallie, they're being real shitty to these children who have nothing to do with the writing or the direction or any of that shit. Like, they are being handed shit for. I'm willing to bet those kids are a lot more talented than we realize because they're being handed garbage scripts for a garbage adaptation. It's trash. But it's not their fault. And you really can't do much with what's been written for these kids. Like, you can't. Doesn't matter how talented you are. Yeah, and like they're like bullying the shit out of these kids. And a lot of it doesn't even have to do with their acting or their performances. There's like a lot of racism and fat phobia and stuff that people are fucking mouthing off about. They obviously learned nothing from watching Avatar The Last Airbender growing up. A show about tolerance and understanding and community and compromise and culture. I think I'm gonna stick to just the little lashes for the blink because I think the dramatic lashes wouldn't look right. It's fucking awful. about we check on the people who are fucking making these threats over a goddamn card game, you know? Like, people need to calm the fuck down. And it shouldn't be the responsibility of those who are, like, being threatened or persecuted or what the fuck ever to manage the offending party's feelings. No, but even on like a communal level, Hallie, like why are we telling these people who are being threatened to calm down instead of telling people you shouldn't fucking threaten people over a goddamn card game? Like not a, you know what I mean? Like on a personal community level, one to one. I'm not even speaking institutionally on this. Okay, I like how the eyes look a lot better now. There was just something off about them before that I just wasn't into. I needed to kind of work with them a little separately because of the heterochromia. Oh my god, he's got heterophobia. Um because the different colors work differently with the blend modes. And I was trying to simplify it too much before. I wanted to tweak the mouth a bit because I just kind of quickly did that. I still want to smooth out the abs a bit. I still need to give them a happy trail, and we need to draw like the pouring liquor, which I'm just gonna do like a vertical line of pouring liquor. That's gonna be kind of like a repeating pattern, and I'm gonna animate it to like bend and appear like it's coming out of there using erase layers and shifting it underneath that. Yeah, Hallie, it's like I don't know how it is over there, but community is entirely fucking dead in America from what it feels like a lot of the time. Because of generations of like selfish and individualist propaganda. And it's very frustrating to me. Like I can't even describe how shitty I find it to be. Yeah. Yeah, and they think they're above it because they don't participate in it, but it's like if you accept it, then you are participating in it. You just don't want to take responsibility for it. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about appearances, dude. People are shallow as fuck. Yeah, it's a mix of like trying to flex on performative goodness and refusing to take accountability for real flaws. Like if you fuck up, just say you're sorry. It's not that hard. The only one making it complicated is you because your fucking ego can't handle it. There's some things you can't just apologize for, but generally speaking, say you fucked up, make an effort to educate yourself, admit you're ignorant. It's not that hard. Hell, there's a ton of shit I don't know. Yeah, it can't be some like oh I'm sorry your feelings were hurt type shit. Like I'm sure you guys know what I mean. And like educating yourself is easier than ever. There are so many resources out there, and it's not always the obligation of the wronged party to educate you either. So sometimes you should just do some fucking googling, fucking read about it, like find real people and listen to their experiences. I like peacocking as an alternative, Hallie. And I find peacocking fits a lot of scenarios, particularly in the American workplace. Because a lot of work is, and nowadays isn't actually about how much work you're getting done, it's about how much you fucking peacock to your boss. Yeah, like, I I myself and a bunch of people I know and shit have ended up in situations where like the people who are actual hard workers are never praised and never given raises or promotions or whatever, because the people who are like busy kissing the boss's fucking ass are the ones who get promotions and stuff instead. Yeah, because of how taxes work in the US, if I ever do a charity, there's going to be like a little asterisk at the end saying if I raise above a certain amount and like taxes become an issue, I'm going to have to take a slice of it to cover fucking taxes. None of it would be for me personally, it would just be for the tax on the donation or whatever. Because depending on what charity you're working with, you can get fucked like that. I've heard of people who raise money for charity and their charity goes fabulously and it's awesome, and then they get hit with a massive fucking tax they can't afford because people were so generous with their charity drive. It needs to be a decent chunk of cash before you find yourself in a situation like that, but you know, y'all know what I'm saying. I would want to be totally transparent about something like that from the get-go. So I'd be like, yo, if I raise too much money and the tax shit gets fucky, I'm gonna have to use part of this to pay for the tax to donate the money. Yeah, honestly, like when you reach the point where you're seeing all good actions and stuff as a cry for attention, there's like a problem. People can do good without it being that. Um, but you should also trust your gut when you get the vibe that somebody is doing like exploitative good or like peacocking good versus good because it's good. Plus there's fucking cameras and shit everywhere these days. Somebody else might catch it on video and post it. You know, like that kind of shit happens. Yeah, honestly, sometimes a little peacocking is required to get attention to certain issues. Just there's so much fucking noise in today's world that sometimes you have to be kind of extra if you actually want to help people. Okay, before I get in trouble. Oh, Masky, that sucks. But hey, fuck yeah, tomatoes. Tomatoes are powerful motherfuckers. You were gonna have some damn good salads, tell you what. Honestly, Masky, you don't really need to remove the suckers. That's just like something some people prefer doing, and it might sound controversial for me to say, but honestly, the more leaves a plant has, the more it can photosynthesize energy. There's no such thing as a limb on a plant wasting energy. I don't know what the fuck those people are talking about. Like between you and me, some gardeners like live by that shit. And if it's like a tomato plant that grows really large tomatoes, then you might want to do stuff like that to clear some space for the fruit. But with cherry tomatoes, leave it the fuck alone. It's fine. Okay, so I want to smooth out the abs a little bit. I want to touch up the happy trail a little more, but I might do that off stream because, like, it's one thing if it's there, it's another thing if I'm zoomed in on it. I might get in trouble for that. Everybody be chill. Don't Hank Hills ass me. Masky, I've seen people grow pumpkins vertically, and then when the pumpkins get too big, they get bras from the thrift store and use the bras to support the pumpkins. And Hallie, listen, I'm always gonna bring that up because you bully me enough. I gotta pull your leg sometime. Okay, so we're gonna work on the abs, but because I'm a little paranoid about Twitch yelling at me, I'm just gonna keep it like there. Luckily, I keep 2 critters open. The one you guys are viewing, I move around separately from the one I'm working on. That way I can, like, zoom in and out and stuff as much as I need without making y'all fucking motion sick. So, your view doesn't actually impact mine. Diane's gonna do planking. uh, you trying to get abs like your tuber or something, Diane? Because you'd have to be pretty dehydrated. They're kind of not realistic abs. They're kind of Hollywood abs. Drink plenty of water, buddy. Good night, Holly. Thank you so much for hanging, dude. Nasky, that's awesome. Diane, drink water. Get strong, Diane. Don't do the glamour muscle thing. If you're gonna work out, do it to be strong. It's healthier. I do not work out. If that wasn't obvious enough. Hey, Breatharius, how are you? Saving right now. I used to have a 6-pack purely because I had no fucking fat because I was severely underweight. Like, that's That's one of a few ways to get a six pack. Be very underweight, be very dehydrated, or actually be strong. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I want to bulk up a bit. I'm trying to gain weight. But even when I like was stronger, I didn't tend to actually bulk up. I just kind of like became more dense, but I was just as skinny. Like it's like okay, I guess. I've always been a fucking twig, and there's some ways in which that can be handy. Um, like like my boss was like putting in a window and he dropped something on the other side and he's like climb through there like um crawl spaces no problem, claustrophobia never met her but like at the same time um I don't like how people almost feel like entitled to try and like pick me up and stuff just because it's easy. I don't like that. Don't touch me. Yeah, like I very obviously don't like being picked up, but people will do it. Dion, at least ask first. The amount of people who just come up to me and pick me up just to prove they fucking can is very annoying. Like, at least ask first. People just walk up and pick me up. Or they hug me and they're like, oh, I knew you were skinny, but holy shit, you're tiny. Because next thing you know, their arms are like this. And I'm like, I get it. Shut up. Depends on the mood of the day, Dion. Let's be real. Yo, I respect that, Brethrius. I'm very much a like you know, like some people will interpret it as cold or aloof, but I don't really like hugs, and I'm not a touchy person. But like, I love to like coexist with people. Like, I'll be sitting over here drawing, and you'll be sitting over there playing video games, and I'm like, ah, yes, this is the ideal hangout. Like, we don't even need to talk. Just being in the same space. That's kind of more my pace. Oh god, of course you're a hugger, Dion. I am not a hugger. No, I kind of figured as much, Dion. I'm awkward about that kind of shit. You know, it's a mix of like social anxiety and PTSD and stuff. I'm awkward about that kind of shit. Sorry, Prem is not really feeling John the Fisherman right now. This'll do. Oh my god, Valk. Can we all, like, take better care of ourselves? I know I'm not good at it either, but we could try, right? Mutually. Oh, fuck yeah. I love that kind of shit. I'm always, like, trying different stuff from my fucking Aldi's. Sometimes it's gross, but usually their frozen food is really good. There's only been a couple things where I was like, yeah, I'm not getting this again. Yeah. Yeah, you can always add seasoning. Oh my god. Too much seasoning, straight to jail. Oh, oh my god, England. I don't understand why folks there still eat like they're on fucking war rations. Yo, if I was a stripper, this would be my jam. English food. Well, Val, my sister has been to England, so I at least know from like a personal connection, like have been described the food, so I know it's not completely bland. Um, and I'm not relying entirely on the stereotype. I hope that helps to some extent. Um, Diana, it would be really awkward unless I was very drunk. Then it would be different. I'm not being entirely one of those presumptuous Americans because my sister's really well traveled and I've heard a lot about stuff from her. But unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to travel much myself. I'd love to. It's so expensive. Also, Dion, why does socially anxious stripper sound like a fucking sitcom? Like, coming soon on Fox, on a screen near you. She's socially awkward and she's trying to pay her way through college. I never been, so I can't really speak on it. Here's the thing, Valk, I hate seafood. um, I've tried fish and chips here, that were allegedly like authentic or accurately made, but I don't like seafood. I really don't. I also love tea, so I'm always down for like regional tea suggestions and stuff. I feel like tea is a good way to get to know a little more about a culture. Ooh, that sounds lovely. I mostly drink green teas because they're lower in caffeine, and caffeine and I don't get along. I like to have Earl Grey every now and then when I could afford a little caffeine. Jasmine green is my personal favorite. I love jasmine green tea. I'll have to write that down. It might be a good thing to put on like a Christmas list or something. Wrote it down. Thanks. Ooh, that sounds really good. Yeah. I love a good hot chocolate. Yeah, I don't know about England, but when my sister was traveling through Europe, she made a case to tell me how much I'd love Edinburgh in particular. I'd probably be cool with it. I mean, rainy weather, castles, old buildings. That's definitely up my alley. There's not a ton of particular places I'd like to travel. I'd kind of just like to travel in general. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know it's in my sister actually went to school there for a while, which was really cool. But yeah, I it seems like something I'd really dig. And yeah, I just kind of want to travel in general. There's a few places that I'm like not willing to go simply because like I am queer and there's a lot of issues around the world with politicizing my identity, and so there are some places I'm not comfortable going as a result. There's also some places I'm not comfortable going because of like women's rights. um but generally I kind of just want to travel and get to see all sorts of stuff. I'd probably have to avoid hotter regions too, just because of my health issues. Heat is very triggering for me. Makes me woozy at best, makes me unconscious at average. Could be worse if I let it get worse, but Cali I could go to, but I would probably avoid going in the summer. Or if I did go in the summer, I wouldn't go in peak summertime. I'd do either early or late summer when it's not quite as hot. Just because of my own health problems. Yeah, there's a lot of issues in certain countries with queerness, and I'm pansexual and non-binary, so like that's a lot. And I look queer, which I know some people are like, how does one look queer? Let's be real. People look at me and they think that person's queer. So that would be certain areas would be dangerous for me. Dion, that's why I keep saying I want to see New Orleans before it sinks into the bayou, because it's a matter of time. And it's not even necessarily a global warming thing, it's just where they built. They should have never built there. The land is not meant for that kind of shit. It will eventually sink into the bayou. But I'd really like to go there before it does. I like their spooky vibes. Dude, Vegas was dumb from the start. And like Atlantic City could have been the new Vegas, not Fallout. Just just the new Las Vegas. But then Donald Trump happened. So yeah, fucking Atlantic City was really hopping back in the day. But Trump happened. That's neat. I didn't know that old Jersey was self-governing like that. Oh, if you're looking to request a song, I'll have to put it in myself, and I'd be happy to. But the song command is for identifying the song playing. I've got YouTube Music, so I can put on pretty much anything. Also, welcome on in, Dougie Knott. Nope, not using Spotify. This is YouTube Music. Yeah, I'll be honest, Valk, I don't really understand the distinction, but I went to American public school. I don't even if you handed me a blank thing with all the states on it right now, I'd probably get a third of them right. Like, I'm not dumb, but when it comes to strong suits, geography is not one of them. I'll just be completely honest. We're getting there with like reblending these abs. This definitely looks smoother, much smoother than it did before. Um Breather is, that's funny. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um yeah, those are the kind of distinctions that I tend to forget though. Like ADHD brain do be throwing information straight in the trash sometimes. That's closer to where I want them to be. Still not 100%, the lines are still pretty harsh. Yeah, I get you. I have a lot of microfixations and things, but geography is definitely not one of them. Like I'm very I'm not even sure what the term would be. I'm very of the mind that like since borders are man made, they shouldn't hold the kind of weight that they do, and that we should like try to support one another regardless of that sort of stuff. I understand it's more complicated than that. Don't get me wrong, but I think you get where I'm coming from. Borders are man made, you know. It's also admittedly really fucking difficult to keep track of world politics right now with everything going on in America, and I know that it's by design, but damn if the design doesn't fucking work, you know? A bug got in here. Fuck off. Fuck off, sir. That's valid. Yeah, I was like a straight A student and shit up until I very much and very suddenly hit the burnout wavelength. For me, I'm like really good at niche information that interests me. But if you want me to learn something that doesn't interest me, even if it's important for some reason or another, it's more or a lot more difficult. Like fuck J.K. Rowling. Don't get me wrong, but I'm very much a lazy Ravenclaw. That's the best way I can describe it to you. Yeah, me too, Valk. I operate on momentum as well. So there's the shadow for the bangs. It's pretty much just the booze that we need to do for this one and some touch ups here and there. I was a straight A, like, honor roll, whatever, student until sixth grade, and then I crashed and burned and went from straight A's to straight F's. uh, and that just became the standard. Um, I managed to scrape by in a number of classes because I'm a really fucking good test taker. So I'd get a really good grade on the final and not do anything else because I was like too dysfunctional and depressed to bother doing homework and classwork and stuff. And because the tests weighed in on so much of the grade and I was a good test taker, that I would get completely by on that. Yeah, I never went to college, university, further education. um After I had like flunked the shit out of like regular ass school, uh I was presented school that costs lifetime of debt worth of money, and I thought, I don't think a lifetime of debt worth of money is a solid investment when I'm just gonna fail out again. Let's be real. So I decided not to pursue a higher education. I did consider like art school and a couple artsier paths like that, but didn't stick. What were you thinking of of studying, Val? Whether it be through like artsy means or a trade, working with your hands somehow, you know? Yeah, Breath Reyes, I think it's awesome that you took the opportunity that you had to learn as much as you have. And well, honestly, everyone, but I always think pursuing an education is a good thing. I just think in my country, there's a lot of reasons to decide against it. Um, it's difficult unless you're in the military or certain career paths will support your education to help you continue down the line with them and everything. Um, like not to say like school's super easy to get where you are. There's always something that gets in the way. Just I I was already broke, and school in America is a disaster. And yeah, like I was 18, I didn't know what the fuck I wanted to do, and the idea of throwing myself into a lifetime of fucking debt when I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I didn't know if any of my skills would even apply to careers, and I didn't have a portfolio made, and I didn't have any scholarships, and I got terrible grades, so I wasn't gonna get any of that. And like with all of that shit, I was like, that'd be fucking awesome. I mean, if you're able to realistically do it and you have resources to do so, I think being more educated is always a good thing. But yeah, I know you said you're still kind of a toss up as for what you'd go for. Yeah, like any particular ideas, like any particular directions you were considering, maybe, or are you still just like totally up in the air because this is like a new thing and you're still figuring it out? Tech is never a bad idea. Um, Especially like broad tech stuff that can be applied across programs and as things, as technology continues to advance. Makes sense. I mean, I'm always in support of something artsy. Life is too fucking short. Regardless of how old you are, you never really know when you're gonna die or how much time you have left. Do something that makes you happy. I mean, hairless, I think he has pretty sizable biceps to begin with. He's not flexing, so they wouldn't be like bulging or anything. Plus, when I first designed this character, um, when I first designed this character, I was looking at references of Dionysus, who's supposed to be the bastard father of this character. And I spoke with Dion because there's basically two representations of Dionysus that could be considered. There's like a big split on how artists depict him, so he ends up in two categories. And one is dad bod Dionysus, where he's large, he's got thick limbs, um, he's a bit heavier set, he's kind of hairy and he's got a dad bod. But then there's twink Dionysus, who's like the skinny somewhat toned but not buff um like art of him as well. A lot of artists kind of split on what his body type was. And so I asked Dion which one he thought suited the look more, and he said like the skinnier, less dad bod one. So that's what we ended up going with. See, like Valk, I kind of have like I don't know if I have a weird perspective on self esteem, or if other people I've spoken to about it are the outlier. I'm not really sure. Uh, but a lot of people ask me like how I have like the confidence to share my art online or dress the way I do or get a bunch of piercings and tattoos and blah 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 blah. And like I don't know how to explain to those people that I didn't have the confidence to get those things. Getting those things gave me the confidence. Does that make sense? like Oh my god, the Hades 2 Dionysus with the banana hammock was fucking crazy. I lost it when I saw that shit for the first time. That's interesting, Breath Reyes. I didn't realize that. It's been a long time since I've studied, like, Roman Greek pantheons and the differences and distinction. Excuse me. Differences and distinctions between them. Though I did do a little bit of reading up when I did this character design. Though that was a while ago now, honestly. It's crazy. Flew by. I was working on that for a while, and I did it here on the channel, the original VTuber. I didn't do the rigging on stream though, because it was my first time ever doing it, and it was kind of a mess at first. I feel that though, Valk. Like, I have the same problem. Oh, breath race. That's cool. I didn't realize. Yeah, I have the same issue with like self confidence and self sabotage. That's why, like, when I started streaming, I decided to try to be more open to people's feedback and advice, because previously I'd found myself dismissing those kinds of things because I thought I was gonna fuck it up anyway. And kind of closed myself off of a lot of opportunities doing shit like that. Good luck, Masky. Yeah, Valk, I kind of go back and forth on that one. I'm trying to listen more to advice and less to, uh, like criticisms that aren't constructive and like judgment. Makes sense. I get you. Yeah, I'm trying to be like more constructive, less fucking self-destructive. And like I'm medicated for my PTSD and stuff these days, which is a big fucking game changer. Cannot emphasize how much that's helped me personally. I know a lot of people have hesitancies to try meds, but for me, that was the thing that actually fucking helped. After seeking alternatives for a long goddamn time. Yeah, Birth Race, I actually I pulled the designs directly from pottery, including amphoras. Amphora? Amphoras? I'm probably fucking that up. big fuck off mechs. I like that, Nasky. And I appreciate that, Valk. It is plural that way, thank you. I thought so, but I like questioned myself for a second. And I used to be in choir too, so like I'm really rusty on music because I haven't really studied that stuff since I was in school. But I really enjoyed it, and it was a microfixation for me for a long time. So if I had the opportunity to shake off the rust, um, I'd love to get like more involved with music and stuff. It's just not something I want to do on my stream because I want to keep the focus on the art here. Like when I started streaming, I didn't have a face cam or anything because I was hoping to keep like engagement more on art than anything else. Um, but it was like a hindrance. People like having the opportunity to like look at you when they talk to you, type shit, you know. Honestly, Valka, a PNG is a lot easier to run. This one's gonna be a GIF tuber, which is gonna be slightly more animated than a PNG tuber, and then a VTuber has like the highest demands when it comes to running it. They look really nice, but you need to have a good computer. Like a lot of professional VTubers have two PCs, and one runs the VTuber and one runs the game, and that's fucking crazy. Yeah, that was Fallout Boy, Love Sex Death. It's from their EP Pack Sam Days, where they did more of a punk sound, and that was a lot of fun. Hey, have a great night, Valk. Thank you so much for hanging. And yeah, VTubers are not cheap because they're a lot of fucking work to make. Um, so like if it's something you wanted to try but weren't sure about committing to, I'd suggest getting like one of the free or cheap, like generic VTubers. And if you're into it, then go for something custom. But if you're not into it, or if you're having trouble running it with your setup or something, it's better to figure that out after investing in like one of those like $50 several people use of VTubers than getting something custom. You just need a really fucking good GPU, basically. Honestly, too, a big part of the expense of getting a VTuber is the artists and animators having to pay for the programs to make the VTubers, because they're not fucking cheap. Yeah, Masky, she could be rough. Yeah, that's probably fucking crazy, Breatharius. I do 2D ones, so I know it's very different behind the scenes. Um, and I understand 3D rigging and 2D rigging are very different, but rigging is very finicky. I don't do digital 3D work. It's something I struggle with. I will do real 3D work, like primarily sculpting. I've done some carving, but I'm better at what is called positive sculpture than negative sculpture, which is carving. Or sometimes additive and negative. I usually use like polymer clay because I do like miniatures and things usually. Saving, thank you. Dion, jiggle physics is not hard actually. I when I rigged Vic's 2D VTuber for his rebrand, I did jiggle physics on the tiers that he has for a fucking toggle, and they came out fabulously in like under 5 minutes. Um, Squish and squash is easy. Squish and squash is a fundamental of animation, and it's easy. What is hard is things like the angles, particularly diagonals. It's really hard to take a face that looks like this and make it look like this without fucking it all up. That's the thing I have the most trouble with. But I'm talking about 2D animation, and they are talking about 3D animation, so I'm willing to bet there are other things that are more finicky for them. Basky, that is, congratulations. Yeah, that's what's the hardest part for me with rigging is the head angles, especially because faces are so finicky and human eyes are trained to recognize faces. So if something looks off, people will notice. You're a lot more inclined to notice something looking off in the face of a character than in the body or clothes or jewelry. Yeah, that sounds like a pain in the ass. That sounds like a pain in the ass. Every form of animation has something that's an absolute fucking pain in the ass, but people do it for the love of the game, you know? Like, because when it comes out good, oh boy, is it beautiful. And people who aren't into animation will never know how much you went through for it. I'm guessing this is for the Hulk game you're working on, Masky? Because I know we've talked about it a bit here and there. I don't know if you have any other projects in that vein going on. Hell yeah. Such an odd issue out of context. Alright, let's like define this a little more now that we have our basic shapes and Thank you, Breathrace. I think that looks nice. Getting some nice smooth gradients and stuff. You guys ever see the edit of this where it's Billy Corgan on a roller coaster and it's just wee? Well, that sounds like fun, Breathrius. I hope dinner was nice. And a strong drink sometimes can be fun. Oh yeah, that sounds pretty good. But yeah, I pulled all of the designs on his tattoos directly from Grecian pottery. Not just amphora, but a couple things. Um, and they are from different pieces of pottery, but I kind of picked and choose designs I would borrow based on which would suit the shapes of the body aesthetically as tattoos. Because I always try to design tattoos, both like in terms of what I want for myself. Anytime somebody's like asked me to sketch their concept or whatever, to try and flatter the shape of their body. Because I think if you're going to get art on your body, it should flatter you, and it should complement the shape of your anatomy wherever it is that you put it. Yeah, uh, Dion was pretty vague with the request. He wanted somebody who was inspired by like being the bastard son of Dionysus. He wanted somebody who had a bit of a goth leaning in terms of fashion sense, and he wanted like black and red to be like his clothes and stuff. But outside of that, he wanted a red glint, which I interpreted through his outfit and jewelry, which I actually still need to add the red diamonds to the side of his shirt in both of them. Um, and he specifically requested mismatched eyes in red and purple. But beyond that, it was pretty open ended, and this is the design that I ended up coming up with for him. I tried to go with like sort of a timeless look, since streaming is obviously like a really modern thing, and gaming and stuff is too. So I tried to pick stuff that would be appropriate for a modern setting while paying respects to like the like historic based concept. Thanks, man. So we just brought a lot more contrast and depth in by going over the shadows one more time like that. Yeah, he got that homophobia. Yeah, I think the mismatched eyes are a really cool feature. And I thought like an alt shag check the boxes of goth inspired, timeless in that it could be modern or it could be ancient, and like the attitude of the character. Whoa, Dion's trying to bang a goth British chick. I don't think so, Dion. But I feel like I'm imagining it's basically just an Austin Powers skit. There's normally a hidden track here, so it's quiet. The music isn't broken, it's just this is a hidden track song. Hey, have a great night, Breathrius. Thank you so much for hanging. You want to poke Dion in the eye? He does have big old eyes. Throwing tomatoes at yourself. Yeah, Insane, you can throw tomatoes at him for free. Did you know that? You can have the thrill of throwing tomatoes at Dion or at me for $0. The thing has other things and those cost bits, but yeah, it's $0 to throw the tomatoes. Skin texture. Fast as fuck. Easy. Looks great. I made the top of his head uneven, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be covered by hair. The eyes and mouth are both going to be inconsistent because those are going to be animated. So I'm lowering them in opacity to remind me not to shade based on those. I can shade based on those on separate layers. That way I can flip-flop them in and out easier later. Wow! What a change up! From one of my most emo Frank Iero songs to Caro Caro Bonito, baby. Dion, they fit in with a number of bands I have on here really well, actually. It's just they always get thrown in after like my most emo shit for some reason. Like KKB isn't that different from Magic Man, who's on this playlist. They're not that different from Walk the Moon, who's got a bunch on this playlist. But they always come after the emo shit and it like is like very out of the way. They have some weird shit that's like punkier too that like fits the vibe better, but their popular stuff is really like bouncy poppy shit like that. And people are always confused when I mention that they're an English band. Like shoot, what's it fucking called? Uh there's this one song by them that I'm thinking of, but I'm blanking on the name. There it is. Okay. I found the name for it. I'll put it on a play next. Okay, this song that's coming on right now. Excuse me. I put that KKB song for next. Why did it go into Muse? Did you forget? Hold on. YouTube music is being fucky. There it goes. Okay. This song is also KKB. This is the same band as the Flamingo song from before. Of course, an ad starts now. I might have to put it on again. Dion, shut up. You're not gonna disappoint anyone. Again, this is the same band as the Flamingo song before. And this isn't their only, like, weird experimental shit either. Far from it. Is that another band Insane? Because I'm not familiar with them. Unless you somehow mean the sporting event, in which case I'm confused. Yeah, that was Well Rested by Caro Caro Bonita. They got some weird shit. And then speaking of Walk the Moon, this is Walk the Moon. I think they have a similar genre. I put them in the same vein of music. You probably know them from the Shut Up and Dance with Me song, but they have a million other songs that are also good. They just overplay the shit out of that one, which is unfortunate because now a lot of people never give this band a chance because they're like, oh, I'm tired of their shit because one song got played a million times. They put on a great live show too. Dude, I have such a hipster music taste because like I have like a weird parent situation. My mom's a crazy fucking narcissist and she doesn't see value in the arts and she doesn't do things like listen to music because she's fucking strange and hates happiness. And my dad is hard of hearing from years of doing construction, so he never really put on music. And so like I missed all of the classics and figured out my music taste through like weird obscure shit I found on YouTube. So insane. I have PTSD for good fucking reason, brother. Like my mother has literally said music is a waste of time and equates it with background noise, and I cannot comprehend that. No part of me can comprehend that. Dion. Next time, make that parentheses disrespectfully. It's okay. You can talk shit about her. I do all the time. It's fine. No, I know, but you also are aware this woman handed me PTSD on a silver platter, so, like, I don't give a shit what you have to say about her. It's a good start. Alright. I think that's looking good for shading around the eyes. That works for both, and then if we need to get it more specifically, we can go in on their fucking layer groups and shit. God, I fucking love this song so much. Okay, we have the base for the eye makeup down. Oh, dude, I love gorillas. There's so much of them on here. I went to the fucking drive-thru at White Castle once. And I was jamming some gorillas. It was the only thing open after my shift ended, and I didn't feel like making food, and I didn't really have anything frozen to make quickly. And so I just went to fucking White Castle, and I was jamming some gorillas, and I like leaned into the drive-thru, and I was like, "Yo, can I get like X, Y, and Z?" And and the dude, instead of like confirming my order or whatever, was like, "Bro, are you listening to gorillas right now?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am." And he was like, "Dude, I haven't heard them in years." And I'm like, "Why? Just because they're old doesn't mean they're not good anymore." And he's like, "I'm gonna go home and listen to some gorillas. Anyway, you wanted X, Y, and Z, right?" Yo, fuck Drake. Everybody hates Drake. Yeah, we have White Castle. I know those of you who aren't on the East Coast don't know what I'm talking about when I mention Wawa. Because that's an East Coast thing. We got Jersey Mike's, of course. Wawa's like a gas station convenience store chain, saying, and I think they started in the tri-state and then expanded throughout the East Coast, but I could be wrong about that. They're definitely East Coast though. Gintoki. I think it depends on which Jersey Mikes you go to. Some of them are definitely better than others. No, Dion, the tri-state is real. we're all listen, we can't all be the size of fucking California. Sometimes states gotta work together because they don't have as many resources separately. And New York went, oh, Jersey farmland? Nom nom nom, and turned that shit into suburbs, so we're not nearly as self sufficient as we used to be. Oh, my homies hate New York. How you doing, Gintoki? Also, what would you do with a big fucking chunk of tuna? My neighbor goes fishing. Excuse me. They got a big. I asked what you do with a big fucking hunk of tuna. Like, what would you cook with it? Because my neighbor goes fishing. And he went ocean fishing recently. And he got a big fucking tuna. And he's not sure what to do with all of it. So he gave us, like, a big hunk of tuna meat. And I don't know what to do with all that tuna. I'm just asking people if they have interesting ideas for what to make with it, Lim. Ooh, that sounds good. I could send you a picture of his catch. That's all I got. He was bragging because apparently out of his voice he caught the biggest tuna. Makes sense. Yeah, he sent me a picture of his catch, so after I'm done streaming or whatever, I'll like block his face in it for, out of respect, and shoot it your way. Yeah, I don't really eat seafood, but I was looking for ideas to pass along to Lim because the neighbor just gave us this big fucking piece of tuna today, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do with this, but okay. Okay, I think that looks pretty good for shading for the skin. There's a couple areas that could use a little more blending out, but I feel like I'll be able to get those areas better after I have like hair and eyebrows and stuff that I'm gonna need to accommodate for shading. I should have noted down which texture brush I used, but I didn't. Definitely not that one. That one looks like a match to me. Ah, sorry, Gintoki. Yeah, I just something about it. I don't know. Just never liked it. With one exception, spicy tuna rolls. That is the only seafood you'll ever catch me eating. No, like a lot of my family likes seafood. It's not that I never ate it. I've tried a lot of seafood. I just don't fucking like it. And I reached a point where I was like, I'm tired of trying it and not liking it, and I feel like I'm just fucking wasting food, so I just won't eat it anymore. I also don't like the impacts that like um industrial fishing has on the environment. So like while you are fishing for your own fish, that's awesome. But most seafood comes from that industrial shit too. So I'm kind of like I don't really want to like it at this point. Like, oh god, I hate eggplant. I don't like zucchini either. But the texture of eggplant, ugh. No, thank you. I also don't like stuff with a lot of sulfur in it, which means eggs, cabbage, anything along that line. And that makes me sound pretty picky, but I'm really not. I'll try basically anything once. There's just some stuff I know I'm not gonna like, so I feel like I'm wasting it. Rather let somebody who will appreciate it eat it. Pet the dog for me. Cucumber's good. Pretty easy to grow too, as long as you keep watering it. Welcome back. You pet that dog for me? Hell yeah, thanks. Hey, no worries, Gintoki. Have a great night, dude. Thank you so much for stopping in. I'm only going to be live for like 20 minutes more anyway. Yes, Dion, you do have nipples. You're not Aladdin. I always thought it was weird that they didn't give him nipples. I mean, I would consider them to be, but homophobia is a thing, and people are like, that's gay. Whoops. Sorry, I bumped that when I was putting my tablet down. We are actually gonna wrap up here. We're about at my wrap up time anyway, and it doesn't make much sense to start something else at this point because we have 8 fucking minutes left. So we wrapped up the shading on this one. We still need to draw the booze and the pattern on the shirt. And then we have boop, 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 this one that we're working on. We got a lot of shading progress done on this. We need to add the pattern to the shirt on this one as well. Need to finish shading the earrings and the red gems on the necklaces. Need to give him hair, need to do his eyes and eyebrows, and gotta do a few different mouths and the blinking eyes and eyelashes and stuff too. But we've made some decent headway tonight, and I'm happy with that. There's the raid message for anyone who'd like to grab it. It looks like Tricky's on. Should we go drop a raid on Tricky? That sounds like a good plan to me. Unless somebody has a guide the raid or something like that that they want to do. But thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I will be back Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thursday is actually my 2 years of streaming streamiversary, so that's exciting. And came by really fast. Oh, it went really fast, honestly. It's pretty fucking crazy. So yeah, Thursday's my 2-year streamiversary, and then Friday I'm taking off to spend with my partner because it's our anniversary, because somehow I timed that in a really weird way. So I'll probably be doing celebration streams for my affiliate anniversary instead, but I will be live if you want to pop in and say hi. We are going to raid my buddy Tricky Rick, let him know that we say hey. I will see you guys Thursday. Again, I'm not going live this Friday. And then we'll be back to our regular schedule next week. I'm also going to be looking to find a time to get Delta Room Chapter 5 in sometime soon. I'll probably post in the Discord about when I'm doing it, so that if anyone's available to join me for voice acting again, that they're able to, because that would be fucking awesome. So yeah, everybody let Tricky know we say hey. Let me make sure he even has raids on before I totally commit. Yes, he is accepting raids. Alright. Everybody say hey to Tricky for me. Have a wonderful night. I will see you guys Thursday. And have a great one. Bye-bye.